didn't really like the look of it, but I'll double check. Sometimes forget just how different the aetheryte looks here in Charlene. I don't really pay attention to it too much. Yeah, they did have the chondrite stuff here. Oh, actually, that's not the worst. I don't know. It's not quite right, I don't think. But it's not terrible. Maybe I'll buy a basic one. I know I'm about to get them. Okay, there's not one available. Guess not. I was gonna say, I know I'm about to get them, but I'll toss one in my glamour dresser to use. Why is there a locked box here? Take this quest. Guidance from the journal. Duty list. Oh, this is one of those quests. One of those, like, we're not gonna tell you, figure it out yourself quests, right? Okay. I'll set aside some time one day to work on that, I suppose. Try and bumble my way through that. You, send me to the room. Yeah, that's the Dragoon one I put together. That's pretty good. I'm not in love with the weapon, though. No. I guess I'm changing this one. Yeah, because I don't want to go back to quite this paladin-y of a paladin again. Alright, Paladin Gladiator. Imperial Coat. No. No. Ronkin stuff, maybe? Do I want to go back to the Ronkin stuff? Maybe not. I'm not really in love with most of that stuff. Maybe the Ronkin stuff. Or I could just go straight up like Squall if I wanted to. That is an option, I suppose. Maybe the Ronkin stuff. But I'm not in love with it. It'll work for now. Yeah, I may legitimately use the chondrite piece once I get it. Like, not just because it's better eye level, but as, like, glamour. Ooh, back in. Oh, straight into the cutscene. But I'm complaining, Ariane. I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. No, I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Carl tells us that you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would rather hear them first. What revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Fucking time travel! Back to the future! Like, if the Warrior of Light was ever going to tell a freaking amazing story that's like, oh my god, I cannot believe that happened to you, then this would be the one. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. If our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish, fear, hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe. All for a single purpose. Destruction of Aetheris. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. Make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. When Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, a woman who had become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. I still don't believe that. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? Yeah, the Vana I met would never have given up on pursuing Meteon. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. And communing with Heidelin must be by necessity come first. Damn, it's me as Torb killing Winston mid-air and then hammering Mercy to... Jesus Christ, dude. Do you, Master Matoya, have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt. I just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. My father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. The other option is I could just make it myself. Seems a little pointless probably this close to getting it, but if I really want to use it for glam, then it might be worth it. Honestly, I'm still not even sure I'll like the way it looks all that much. Let me go ahead and look. Chondrite, some Aercium Velvet, Scalamogo, nothing too terrible. Hopefully you. Aercium might be one of the more expensive pieces. Nope, not that. Cloth. And they're being sold in bunches of 25. There we go. A little more expensive, but a small batch. There we go. Nice and cheap. And one? Yes, one. And a couple of Vitality Alcahests. Need to work on your crafters. All of mine are 90, but that was purely from Grand Company turn-ins past like 10. Past like level 10, it was just all Grand Company turn-ins. And I don't even care about, maxing the quality on this thing. I don't care. Like, I don't need to level any of my crafters, so I don't care about getting max quality on everything. Oh, this thing uses a lot. Okay, then. Should have double-checked that. Manipulation... Wait, how can I not use that? Oh, is this, Yeah, this is armor. I don't have manipulation on armorer. That's why. Alright, let's at least do this. That'll do it. Is it because my armor has, like, a crappy item? No, he's got level 90, but it is chondrite. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Paladin. Yeah, this is not as good. 545. So it is higher, but it's not high quality, so it's not as good, which is fine. I'm not planning to use it for the armor value. Yeah, I didn't work on my crafters much at all until recently. Right, like I said, all of them got to 90 just by me doing, like, buying off the market board whatever cheap Grand Company turn-ins I could get for them each day. And they just all got to 90 eventually, so... I've just recently started actually, like, working with them. And then again, you're burnt out on 14 right now, yeah. Oh, no, wait. Edit. Yeah, see, that's not terrible. Still durable, still tanky enough, but not quite aggressively paladin or like edgelordy, so not the worst. But I can't use it because I don't have a level 88 armor piece. Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and take this out then. Even though it's not as high quality. Yeah, this is 86. I'll go ahead and just equip it normally for now then. And then back into the glamour dresser. Let's remove, not die, remove this piece. Now show my equipped gear. Let's find something that looks good. I don't have a ton of different gloves. I think I need to expand that a little bit. Honestly, I think the Tekos probably work the best. I'm in love with them, though. Yeah, I'll go with those. This really won't matter because it's hidden underneath the little skirt bit. I'll be a Lalafell for a long time at this rate. Just boots, actually, might be the best go-to. No, that looks a little better, actually. Yeah, a lot of the Stormblood Imperial set works pretty well with this. Headpiece doesn't matter too much. There we go. There we go. That feels about right for my character. Coming off of being the full paladin, like, artifact set to start out with, and then wearing the Asian stuff for a long time when I was in the past and all that, and now I'm back. This feels about right. Less like big flashy armor and more sort of like comfortable gear. Alright. Wear the Asian for a little bit, not too long. Like, once I came back from the past, it felt to me in the story like, yes, this is the right time to change out of the Asian stuff, but I don't think I should go all the way back to my full artifact paladin stuff. I think it should just be, like, wearing comfortable, like, warrior-type clothes. So, you know, more leather, less heavy armor, but bits of armor pieces, stuff like that. This works pretty well. Of the things that I have access to, this works pretty well. Still have it in your plate. Forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. I am still using my flashy paladin shield and blade, though. Sign of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the portal. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. As you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. Implements of war are expressly forbidden. That will be interesting. Like, why would they go to the trouble of announcing that we have to leave our weapons behind? We've already been in the rostra once. Like, why go to the trouble to announce we have to leave our weapons behind unless, like, a fight is gonna break out or something here? Oh, you actually have to, like, hide? Or actually take off your weapon? Let's see. Is it just hide your weapon, or do you have to take it off completely? I figured there might be a person here who you'd talk to, and it'd be like, are you ready to go to the rostra? And you just wouldn't have your weapon during that time. Okay. Yeah, it just, like, you don't have your weapon in this cutscene, basically.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
Oh. Quick ad. Oof. Oh, man. Oh. This is actually fun. Getting, like, a longer stream and going through a bunch of the storyline at the end here of Endwalker. Plus, it just feels right. For, New Year's. New Year, first day of the new year. Let's go ahead and finally finish up Endwalker. Obviously, I'm still going to need to run through 6.1, 2, and 3. Will I get to 6.3 in time? No. I'm not going to be getting 6.3 on the day. That's not going to happen. Because I still need to go through 6.1, 6.2. That's going to be at least one stream each. Yeah, I probably won't. Plus, there's other stuff I think I'd want to do before then. I still have a bunch of, like, old job quests and crafter quests and stuff that's way behind.
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Let me go ahead and change a little something real quick. Which one is it? Should be... not that one. Not that one. Is it... it would have to be in here, I think. No. Actually goes further up than that, I think. Yes, there it is. Okay. Let me change something real quick in my overlays. Just a small change. Alright. There we go.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
The ad hoc session.
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus.
Great.
You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
He usually does.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin.
Plus, at some point, pretty much as soon as I can, after finishing this 6.0 MSQ, I want to get started on the Island Sanctuary, because I believe you need to finish 6.0 to do that. I don't think I need to go any further in MSQ than that. So, like, the very next Final Fantasy XIV stream I do after finishing 6.0 might be starting my Island Sanctuary.
First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
So, builders and things like that.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
I mean, probably not, but whatever.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Not everyone can go. Bet you the beast tribes aren't on that list. Garleans probably aren't either.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
Like, that's gotta be a lie. If this thing could even jank its way up to the moon, they probably would have launched the first set at least by now.
This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
Great.
At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Oh, that smirk on his face is like, oh, this is good.
Always, Master Alfina. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware
Yep,
until moments
exactly.
ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
You guys have no idea what the Scions can accomplish when we decide this is what we need to do. It's basically anything.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find
Cool.
their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Me.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Good for them.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
This is interesting. I legitimately did not think there was going to be this whole section of, like, politics and diplomacy, and we have to help them fix their ship and shit like that before we came to the end of the storyline. I really did not think this was going to be here. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. Since we require both a means of communing with Heidelin and reaching Medion. Spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, but at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Uh-huh. Like, quick. Call Sid. Biggs, where's Jesse? Get them down here now. It's our only chance. Going underground. Oh look, there's the chest piece. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Ark Yard. Trust you can make your own way there. Well, it's the The Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Inside the Archeon. Am I finally gonna get access to, like, the rest of Labyrinthos? Because there are whole sections of Labyrinthos that I still don't have access to, aren't there? Paint, 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 paint. What the hell are all these people doing here? Waiting for a duty, apparently. All together? Wonder if it's a static. The destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have a Filini take you to the medial circuit. We can finally use the lift to get down there. Yeah, I'll come back for your cards later. Okay. Yeah, are they finally gonna let us do this? The Hamlet, Aporia. I did forget there was a whole section of the map that they still hadn't given us in the Labyrinthos. Sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha. On the other side of Marial Agronomics. You get there. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Okay. Is there anything else we want to change out now? Any new minions? I mean, I just got done time traveling, so it actually kind of makes sense, but I don't think I have any other minions that work for, like, the past. Omega Eden. Nope, nope, nope. No. Not really. Nah, probably stick with Solus for now. Yep. As for mounts, I'll stick with Fenrir. I spent a million MGP on him after all. I may as well get some good use out of him. Alfredo. Can I just jump? I doubt it. Yeah. Won't let me just leap. Go around the long way. Where even are the teleporters? Oh yeah, the Archeon's up there. You teleport to. There's some truly terrible sections where it's like, just don't let me use Aetherites forever and ever. Leave the teleporters miles away, so they have to do this slow fucking run back every time I want to come back to the MSQ after being away. I should be keeping an eye open for any more. Although, actually, I don't think there are any more ether currents just sitting around here. I think I came through here not recently. This would have been a couple weeks ago. off stream and picked up all the ether currents I could that I had access to at the time. Pay no attention to me. Just riding through here on a wolf. A gigantic, ferocious wolf. But wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. Manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. I wonder if this place is also meant to be like a bunker in case it takes longer to deal with the final days and find a way to get off planet. I wonder if that's also why they made Labyrinthos. Like, the surface is screwed, everyone get to Labyrinthos and seal it, basically. It's just like a stopgap between, you know, we can't live up there anymore and we finally found a way to get the ship to work right. How do you know so much about it? Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. Subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. The last time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparation for the Great Exodus are carried out. The construction of the Ark among them. Our plans have been made public. Access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions. Will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. And let us proceed. Hello, Hester. Let me down. Central Circuit. Thank God. One more step close to clearing out maps. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Part of me wants to just run off and immediately attune to Aetherites. Like, ignore where the map is sending me. Just go attune to Aetherites as fast as I can, so that I can come back here easily. Also, all these chocobo porters, like, it's kind of worthless with how easy it is to jump from Aetherite to Aetherite. I think it was much more worth it, the chocobo porters, earlier in the game. Like, with much older expansions and stuff, I think there was a reason to use them, but I don't know. Now it's so easy to... Skip. Stop talking to me. No one cares. Now it's so easy to just jump from Aetherite to Aetherite that... Like, why would you bother? Plus you can go to any Aetherite, like at any point. Whereas chocobo porters can only go to like 3 or 4 places. I somehow don't get the feeling I'm going to be able to get to Aporia right now. I suspect there will be something trying to block me. Is this just... Oh, there is actually a whole section down there. What the hell? What is that? Almost looks like a wind turbine. But it's a terrible position for it. So that must not be what it's for. Oh, let's just go with the story for now. Hopefully, eventually, they'll just lead me to Aporia for the actual quest. Have the daytime song for this place is so weird. What are these? What are these, like, little barriers around some of these areas? Are those designed to keep people out? Like, people who aren't allowed in? I figured it was mostly just if you don't have the documents, you're not allowed to come in. I didn't know if they had, like, actual barriers. There's a junk monger here. Oh, the ARC and stuff. Oh no, this is the Chondrite stuff. Yeah, Chondrite and ARCN are the same level, basically. Yeah. Same gear set, just different names for different classes. Okay. How does that look? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I might want one of those for some of my aiming classes. Anyway. No rush. I'm getting all this stuff through the quest anyway. Dude?
I could swap them out. No. Been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged. which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Look at all these warriors.
Not seen you lot down here before.
None of them look like they're great engineers.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface.
Thanks,
Whatever
Fortunato.
means you see fit.
Uh-huh.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Yeah, that's pretty much what engines are. Big bomb that never
Even
stops
out
exploding.
in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
Okay.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Teeny tiny toy boat.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity.
I mean, there's a lot more chunks out there, dude.
More? Well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Are you kidding me? We delved pretty deep into those shards back in ARR, dude. We can handle that. Is this
Rough
what one
going
of the
in there,
dungeons I had
even
left
for the
over is
Queen.
gonna be?
I'm
A
sure
chunk of
they'd make it
Dalamud.
out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Thank you for acknowledging that, game. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. Sounds like a job for someone else. Every one of these responses is great. Want me to go and fetch the what's-its? He's like, you want me to go fetch your what's-its?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
It's like, we've been there, done that. I could go get it. I can run one of the circles of Bahamut really quick.
There are multiple internal hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
The fact that they allow sassy responses in this expansion. Yeah. It's nice. Salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously? What are you talking about? Like, everyone split up and go somewhere? Or just send...
Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Send, like, smaller groups of adventurers who are still level 50 in there to get it?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
This is the hundreds and thousands of friends we have.
Gathering firewood, so to speak.
Who will all dive into chunks of Dalamud for us if we need it.
We may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Oh, he dropped the name of the other expansion. This is Alphino. How come This is Alphino never became a thing? I guess he just doesn't deliver the line nearly as good as Thancred does.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch
because
our
this is
finest
Thancred. Because this is Thancred.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Cool.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
So Alphino just hopped on a Discord VC. It was like, guys, we need adamantite.
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether.
How's this law, bro? Like, if you're gonna find refined alloyed adamantite anywhere, I'm thinking Azis Law is the place.
Any
other than
Dalamud or devices would have
not
likely
true
found
Discord
their way into the
VC.
hands of etherologists. Or
Not enough chaos, yeah. Etherologists or enthusiasts, huh?
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Yeah.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places.
We've
lad.
got friends all over the world and in other shards, bro.
Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
I don't know that we can get you one of those.
Can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Like, what sacred relics could we possibly give him without stealing them from the Kojin or
his
something?
explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Interesting that they still call it a starship. Considering that they consider planets to be stars, they still call it a starship.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer.
Well, there's your chaos right there. Narak Sickard's in the call.
I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the
And
grub.
not a teeny tiny toy boat. Yeah.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
I also like that we're actually using the damn link shells now. So I don't have to travel around to every friggin' city and have an entire cutscene with every character talking to them about all this crap.
Just
like we've
that.
had link shells since 1.0, guys.
Aye, just like that.
Let's use them.
Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
It's like, oh, you need adamantite. Let me just give a call. Here's 10 things you needed right away. Like, if for no other purpose, we may not be great engineers, but we sure as hell have connections all over the world. We can get things. Times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphinaud has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single inkpole conversation? So we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future. I best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Unfortunately, I can't get any good flavor text out of Eureka, because I've only progressed through the first section of it, so... There's a lot of Kryl in this expansion, and I'm worried that I'm missing a bunch of nice flavor text from Eureka, but who knows. And who might that be? It's for me to know, and you to find out. On that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Cutscene? Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, a bunch of underhanded Lalafels are still doing some dumb shit. Hopefully it's not that. Let's not still be dealing with Lalafell dumbassery in Ul'dah this late in the fucking game, please.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
Just can't help it. Every single time Papashan is on screen, all I can think about is that dumb meme on Twitter from like a year, multiple years ago, I don't even remember anymore, with the two player characters standing next to him with better ingredients, better pizza, and then right next to him, Papashan.
Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
Sure, why not?
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
I don't even, like, remember the Stone Torches. Like, did we do much with them? Because I don't even remember these people. It's been so long if we have.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest.
Oh, listen to that! That song. Look at that. We're delving into the coils all over again. Yeah, that's exactly the same one that they used out of the same version of, Joy Answer. Yeah.
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
Yeah, sure.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Huzzah. Now get out there and do it. Are we gonna flash to the other two too as well? Yep. Black Shroud and then Limsa. Calling all the warriors. Get out here and help us. Still though, you would miss the cutscene of traveling everywhere, so they did it for you. They thought I'd regret not being sent everywhere in person to talk to everyone, yeah, so they're just like, here you go, have the cutscenes. That's okay. As long as they don't require me to teleport all over the damn world when we have link pearls.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers. And an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
Well, I mean, your healers can also use wind and earth, right?
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Luckily, you've got the healers for one.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Hey, Lise. They've got a lot of nice brawlers and lancers and stuff, so that always works.
Hexed. What are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
I don't think an abundance of healers is a deficiency. I mean, it's nice to have other people who can break shit too, but having healers is good too. Hey, Zuggy. We're doing a very, very long stream apparently today. I didn't realize just how much, I think I missed you playing my favorite dungeon. Yes. Yes, you did. It'll be in the VOD though. I made sure to turn the music up. I made sure to turn my allies' battle effects on and all that for the dungeon. And I took my time and like read everything I saw in there. It'll be in the VOD. Yeah, there's still a lot to go. I've already been going for like 6.5 hours. It's probably gonna be like 12+ hours.
I know this forest well. I know your people.
Yeah.
And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
I also like that they keep using the Coils of Bahamut version of the song. Because that's what everyone's going.
Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Honestly, now that I'm here, I'm thinking it probably would have been smarter of me to have my normal stream on Saturday and then this stream today. I didn't realize there was quite this much left, but fuck it. We're here. It's the very 1st of January. It's New Year's. We're celebrating. Let's go until I fall asleep in my chair or we reach the end of Endwalker. Why the hell not? Kurthus, huh? So we didn't go to Limsa.
There you are. We've no
You know,
time
the
to
stuff
waste,
from,
brother. Everyone has already...
What little I know of DSR, which is not a lot, is making even more sense when you see how, like, aggressively they're re-pushing the Horschiffant stuff, right? My character has flashed back to him, like, 3 or 4 times in the course of this expansion, and then they're here paying their respects to him when you cut to this scene.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
In the Ruby Sea. God, haven't seen you guys in a while.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Yep. We need divine treasures that no one's gonna want to get rid of, so I need some pirates. How about the Kojin? I mean, it's their treasures we're probably going to be taking here.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Sotoban?
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Haven't seen you since the Four Lords. And who the hell is that serpent? Just gonna pop this. This is gonna be better than the one I have. Yeah. Much better. No. Now I can toss that one into my glamour dresser. What is this? Oh, that's the manganese. That might be worth keeping that. Maybe. Maybe not, actually. Why do I still have Skaven? Oh, Warrior and Gunbreaker, I think, are not quite up to 80 yet. We'll see. This goes in my glamour dresser. No job too small. Our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics. We'll only know if they meet your requirements once they arrive. In the meantime, is there what else we might do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. Well, that's Raha. You there, lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Coco knew how right he was. Well, he and Graha established a rapport. Why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. It will also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to be. Charlie and Hamlet's lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot'll need all the help they can get. Then off we go. Okay, yeah, now it's sending me right back over there, which is actually perfect. Just teleport. I was gonna be like, it was a waste of time to go over there and attune to the aetheryte before coming here, but really, that just means I can teleport now. All the better. Silken green. Work smarter. But I can tell a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer. I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monteshane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the aetheryte once our work is done. Okay. We need some help. Let's get this done. Steady current. Help him with the arc. Even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. Only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Oh, that's his Palico. Okay, I was like, what the hell's a Palico doing here? Oh, hello? Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. And so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. Form's got enough on that plate as it is. But with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. Well, it goes out to Master Fortunato and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. They even have time to sleep. Stressed chef. Are these open? No. Okay, I think it's one in the middle here, probably. But the... Are Portorogas just wandering about? I mean, I guess Matoya was Charlian, but I thought that was her magic, not like just magic that they all know. All the same. Offering to help. That's kind. But I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. Hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. Looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. Tiny, tiny Vera. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. I much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Good! Good to know. You're gonna love them. Hey, Living Way. Fancy meeting you here, Ash. Our friends in the forum brought us to see the tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the theater itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the Forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Oriange and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Would that be fun? Oh boy. Singing, growing, cooking. Uh-oh. Pudding way is missing again. Oh boy. Wise guides. Try as he might, Oriange cannot free himself of the labyrinths. The Tour of Labyrinthos. Unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. Fear, however, the continued reliance upon my limited knowledge about would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Ashray. Thanks, Oriange. Now I have to do a bunch of stupid, goofy, sarcastic dialogue to make them think stuff is weird. Like, there's no way I'm answering this with real answers. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magic's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Ah, darn. Apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as you may. Okay, this is this sniper, spotter, whatever stuff. Mushroom-like thing. Looks like the trees in the greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. But I told for something so unbalanced, too. That makes sense. That's where they store the water. Sure. Whatever. It's not water I hear from inside that great big tube. Must be because of the cogs, those giant wheels on top. I see, that's how they draw up the water. Probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. Tanks. Tanks for all the water. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water drawn up from below. If I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would only take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loporits, that is. Indeed. Securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aethera sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Bottle and a Near an oasis, areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Girabania. I mean, either of those works. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely. It would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order. Once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? I hope the Loporits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Well, yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern, indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha. For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and trust Singing and Growing Way to thy care. Great, go get into forced fights again. Valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Oh, no. I need to move there. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it? Ah! Don't run off without me, you idiots. If you really don't want to get eaten, don't run away. This really is just like an exploration of the new areas. Interesting enough. But having quite so long a stream, it's definitely a section that I'm like, I didn't really need this. But okay. Section is a little bit long. It really is just like, here, look at these new areas inside of Labyrinthos that you haven't been to before. It's like, I don't need to. I'm good. Just give me the Aetherites. Like, I'd have plenty of time to explore these areas in my own time. I definitely didn't need to show the Loporits around. But it's meant to be a I guess so. Meant to be a break. But thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say. I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. It is definitely a good thing that I started so early today then. It's already 4 p.m. here. Almost 5. nearly 2 a.m. for you. Oof. Friends, I bid you welcome to Logistica Alpha. I bid you welcome to Jurassic Park. Logistica Alpha. Yes, that's it. Destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Wow. That's pretty degenerate, right? Apparently the bot knows you pretty well. Oldly. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. I would have thought more. This is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. Perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. But did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. Agriculture shop. Cooking Way is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure. But I was rather hoping I'd learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek can be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, will thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? I mean, do we really want to teach Cooking Way culinary arts here in Charlian? They're basically the worst. Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. It's that or eating only carrots. So yeah, that is that. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Yeah, right. I do love they're like, we thought it'd be easier to narrow down the culinary options, to just focus on the most useful ones, and then they just made a bunch of carrots. Let's brook no further delay. Can I just teleport to wherever? No, not really. It's right about in between. Nom 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 nom. I love that one. Just nomming down on some hay. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I can't get high enough level for them to avoid me, so I really do need to avoid them. Keeper. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma of food was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Children's fairy tales, too. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Escort cooking way. Doesn't look like there's any extra dialogue section, so just go straight to it. I'll come back for you once I've unlocked flying. What a flying mess this is. That's you. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's also sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. No matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. Many species doomed to extinction. So that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Squapes. Begin with the squapes. Always begin with the squapes. I know what these are. Grapes, yes? No, squapes. How do you guys keep getting that wrong? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Look at the grapes. Sweet, so sour. Tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot. And yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, but far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Perhaps they are wrong. It's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of the grapes? Brave an erupting volcano for a choice budge. Rather eat rancid gigantode eyeballs. Love grapes. No, not square. And technically it wasn't square before. It was crystal shaped before, but still. Yes, they're rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Yep. They're not quite as crystally as they used to be, but they're still only a couple extra polygons. They're only slightly not as crystally as they used to be. Plus the texture is still like the flattest thing you will ever see in the world. Right? Like there's no bump mapping or normal mapping or anything to this. It's just like you wrapped a grape texture around a polygon. Like you wrapped an image of a grape around a polygon and you were done. Orange by name, orange by nature. The fact that they thought it was bad that we were joking about it and decided to change it, yeah. Everyone's joking about it, so they decide to change it, and immediately the jokes become like, remember us, remember that we once lived, and everybody's like, no, not the squapes. It's like, people are having fun with the jokes. Came first, the fruit of the color. Who cares? Let's eat. yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour. As with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I have to consult Orianjit about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. If he doesn't stop, I'm gonna have to go look for, like, grapes and oranges and see if we have any nice fruit downstairs. That's what I'm looking for is bitter. It's all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous, though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. This one's not going to be quite as appealing to me. There's really only a handful of vegetables that I actually enjoy. I will, however, say that pumpkin is one of them. Somewhat. Not a bunch. The color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? I mean, it's mostly carrots. Yeah. Like carrots, broccoli's okay, cauliflower's okay sometimes. Not a huge fan of it, though. Pumpkin's pretty good, depending on how you use it. I generally won't just, like, rip open a pumpkin and start chowing down on anything, but, you know, you fry up the seeds, or you bake up the seeds in an oven with some nice seasoning on them, or you make pumpkin pie or pumpkin custard or things like that, and it's tasty. Although pumpkin isn't... Actually, I have no idea. Pumpkin a vegetable or a fruit? I legitimately do not know that. I was just like, wait, what is... No, wait, hold on. Carrots. My game considers it a veggie. Okay, so a veggie. Okay. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. So hard and flavorless. May as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Google said it's a fruit. What the hell? IRL, it's a fruit. Okay. I don't know, man. It sounds like nobody knows. So stop. Guess you see these are my pumpkins. And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. Disney doesn't know it's fruit. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. Above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? I hate that they decided to move most of the vegetables I like to the fruit category. Wait, lemons? You just said you wanted to check out vegetables, and then 1 second later, we're on to fruits again. Wonderful fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. Do not bite into a raw vegetable, dude. Or, I mean, to a raw lemon, man. I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. God. Yep, that's exactly what happens when you bite into a raw lemon. I mean, if you could get through the skin, then, oof. My tongue, is this poison? It's like, no, not really, just real bitter. Lemon. Very sour, very, very sour. Not bitter, sour. It's supposed to taste like this. Oh, sour. How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? I tend to use it as flavoring in other foods more than on its own, dude. Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. In fact, Avgolemino is friggin' delicious. And it's so perfect in that. But it's really well balanced in that. You only use a little bit of lemon in that. In some drink, lemon is very good. No, I don't really care too much for the lemon lime stuff too often. Sometimes, but not too often. But yeah, Avgolemino is amazing. Which, for those who don't know, is like a Greek soup. And Avgolemino is egg, lemon, chicken broth for sort of the base, and then you put like rice and chicken in it. Finished, have you? Trust you found something to your liking. Rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If that doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Oh, trust me, a lemon muffin, you'll love it. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof, a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Lemon muffins are great, dude. And lemon bread and lemon cake. This is... delicious! You just have to temper lemon with a bunch of other ingredients is all. I still detect a hint of lemon. It complements the sweetness of the dough and create a perfect harmony. Never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonizes over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind. The Loperites, we were both bored from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all that there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. Therein lies its folly, and its downfall. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. The civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pretty much. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cookingway, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. Don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. This has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Again, no easy teleport point. Have to run back. Yeah, I may have to go on another break pretty soon. Could go to the bathroom again, but also I just want to go downstairs and see if we have any nice fruit or anything like that that I can just kind of snack on. Follow that. I don't have any, only cake. Oh, let's talk about fruit got you craving for him, huh? Yeah, pretty much. Let's see what's up. Nothing. New. Oh, they're actually playing 14. Sorry, I was just checking out Discord really quick and saw that Sage updated the information in their like info panel or whatever to be like Team Sour and Lemon, and I'm like, what? Was that just random occurrence? Because it's kind of fitting. It's mostly like me, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places paid for their cuisine? Limsa, the Culinarian Guild, yeah. Far East has oodles of noodles. Culinarian Guild had less savory establishment. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetherius, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. I mean, there is. And yeah, actually, I really do need to go to the bathroom again, so I'm gonna go ahead and take another break. Go see if we have any nice fruit. If not, maybe I'll grab a slice of, like, apple pie or something. At least that'll be somewhat close. So this will be another, about 5-ish minutes. Go ahead and hop up, stretch, move around, go to the restroom, grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you guys need. And we'll come right back. Oh, you can fall from there. Oops. Besides, I saw as far from Markup. Richard Markup and the others have heard nothing of your fake nuts. Nothing fake nuts. Uh-huh.
Such power with a ruler.
Every single line out of his mouth, and then look at my character.
This off to put it away.
God, I can't stop taking pictures today. The only way I'm ever gonna be able to click this stream is just by rewatching the whole thing second for second.
Yeah, same, bro. We also appreciate the presence of Rikus, who's in our party.
Yep.
And anyone else, I don't know.
I don't know. There could be someone else.
Oh, I'm sure there's other people.
Think?
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. You're going to tell me if you jumped on a stream of some streamer that you follow or something and you saw this? Alphino, Alize, there's a big problem going on here. One of you needs to change outfits, because unfortunately, I can tell you two apart, and that's a problem. Myself stronger. You need not answer right away. Okay. Well, you gave me that ether current pretty quickly, so I will teach you in about a year. Be back for you later. As if a mere blow to the head could fell our Gigi. We Mandervilles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have been driven headfirst into the earth on no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from realms above. My mind is no less brilliant for the experience. Yeah, probably.
If you get hit once, you're gonna die.
Quite a bit of damage, but it's okay.
Not a surprise. Well, it means you need to use mechanics like tank swap and stuff in this version.
This dude has a tank swap?
I have no idea, but you're gonna need to do it because I'm running out of heals. That what Frill is? Oh. Sorry. Good on myself. Ninjas. But now we enjoy the spectacle. I too shall observe. You alone are more than enough for these false shinobi. Okay, so it's all fake. It's literally all fake. Like, he goes to Kagane and buys up as many swords as he can because he's a total weeb, but literally no one in Hingashi is willing to actually work with this guy because he's an idiot. So it's literally all just a bunch of, like, cosplay weebs dressing up like like ninjas and samurais and stuff. Mechanic up. Good luck, Ren. Wow. Very well done, Ren. Very well done. Here we go. Yes! I'm so used to just always getting Crystal Tower because I was leveling everything up from 50, but now that it's all 60, I should be able to get the Sky Pirate stuff, which I have actually once or twice. So at least now I know it's, I don't know for certain it's always going to be Crystal Tower. If it's Crystal Tower, I will die. You were saying, JJ. I can knock them right out in two. Yep. Throw my two big phlegma balls at them. Oh, Mellow log back in. We're just gonna do all of the free company buffs. Yeah, I'm not interested in that unspoiled node right now. Maybe later. Oh, maybe not. I do hope you're not thinking about running off to help Master God. It's not our duty to solve all the world's problems, you know. You could have fooled me. I mean, you really could have fooled me. Going as long as I feel good, and until the fact that my Stream Elements bot is busted finally gives me an aneurysm, that's when I'll stop. When you hear me going, that's when my stream will stop. They're not that much better. Honestly, the ones in the Crystarium look about the same. Uh-huh. Now they're using 2 polygons, not 1. Pay no attention to me. Nothing is happening. Just nothing at all. Who could have done this? Have a good day, guys.
I'm standing in the bleed. Y'all can fuck off.
Yeah, same bitch. Yeah, let's bleed
Fuck
to
you.
death.
Alright, fine, let's bleed together. I'm dressed for it anyway.
We go together.
Betty, I can't bear to go on like this. Did I not tell you before the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it a moment. All will be as it was. Grandma guitar. Oh my god, that was great. We're doing roulettes, wondrous tales, whatever other nonsense we can come up with and think about for as long as we want to. But there is one and only one rule for this. Green glams only, baby. There we go. Put it on. Found it. I can't see. Yeah. They're very slowly getting away. All right, baby. Triple 10Ks. Here we go. There it is. Yeah, like I said, double 10Ks. Here we go. There it is. See? Told ya. Double 10Ks. Yeah. Like I said, single 10Ks. Totally called it. And it's daytime. Which means we get to listen to some beautiful Yep. All me. No one else. Did it all by myself.
Can't wear hats. It's so sad.
I am the truest nature of a dancer you will ever find.
You just said master.
Exactly. Could show up until Endwalker and they're already gone, just like the Asians before. Wait a second. Oh my god, they're polygrapes. Oh my god, they are polygrapes. What the hell? This is the villager one, right? I could actually use this for a second. This is the right one. No, this is a bunny one. Why does he have a bunny one? Although I could use a rabbit's foot. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Last.
Where have you been? When you did not return, we visited the northern gates and found the area astir with night activity. You left the hamlet to aid wounded scouts. You could have been killed, or eaten, or killed then eaten, or eaten then killed.
Alright. And I'm back. Let me double check this really quick. There we go. So I managed to find cornbread, so there's the vegetable, and apple pie. So there's the fruit. Like the least healthy versions possible. Alright. What do you got for me now? Sage Council. I trust thy time that Marial agronomics did bear fruit. Ugh, Ariane. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loperet there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. What's up, Growing Way? Oh. Oh yeah, you know, I don't even know if Fenrir has like a unique mount song or not. Because I've had mount music turned off the whole time I've had Fenrir, which is just for like a day or two. I don't suspect it does, but who knows? Yeah, no, it's just the basic mount music. Not at all surprising. Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh of to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? As I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. Forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Quite leafy indeed in a place of utmost tricolor. They're verdant, at least. Trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. See the forest of the first? One was purple. There's that. I'm gonna do that. I say, well, the star's so wonderful it causes no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. It was a fool to think otherwise. To assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. Ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. Thought I heard tiny voices. Sacred. How didst thou fare? Well, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. Doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? Honored that you'd think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. There's someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Just as good a place as any. Come. Can I help you? It's you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shed is burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. What they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlatan ingenuity, is built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening. Hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Oh, I'm familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Look, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform tasks, for one, provides a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. Same rules apply. If you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from the insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperites to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. That's a gift for finding souls in need of succor. In space there are no ups or downs. Great. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive. Inform them that help is at hand. Shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperite. Wonderful part about space. Gotta find a way to orient yourself somehow. Otherwise you're just gonna end up, like, making yourself sick. I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperite and every Loperite in their place. Alright, go hunting for idiots who need help. And then just go over there. Smack them upside the back of their head, go whack! That way. At least I don't have to be the one to help them this time. Just send them where the help is. I have a giant, horrible therapy session with a bunch of tiny bunnies. Get my misery forward, kid, somewhere else. Simply don't know what to do. It's the worst quest. Am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Oh god, a pilot? A starship pilot that I may speak with, surely. No time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is he not a little more worried about, like, how do you know a starship pilot? There's no such thing before me. What's on the moon? Yeah, we can make it up there. I was searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. How's the floor? They will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars or gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. I mean, yeah, they do. Probably have just as many for you as well. How many are there? Shit, there are 8 of these idiots? Worries. No, I believe I'm fine. Thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Already has the support she needs. Oh, and there are some that don't actually need your help, too. Great. Chalmers, no, I think that's everyone over here. One there. Is there anyone back here? Nope. Looks like it's just the one. How might I help you? Oh, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. Well, don't you worry, I can manage. Hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Ugh, this woman's doing better than you are. Yeah, apparently so. This is just tedious. Like, I guess it's supposed to be a little bit of a break before the final section of the game, but I really don't want to track down 8 random people in a group of like 10 other people that are perfectly fine and send them to talk to bunnies. Like, everything about traveling to the past seemed to be amping the story up, really cranking up for the last bit of the story, right? Leading into the last bit of the story. And then it's like we hit a brick wall and everything just came to a halt suddenly. It's like, what the hell? So long on the last one. It's the assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Right, we were building up so much momentum in the past and then just hit a brick wall suddenly. Oh man, not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. Seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Leopards are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. Like, I legitimately felt like I would have to do the finish up in the past and then go to the end, and that was what was left in this game. I did not realize they put a gigantic brick wall to stop you in place and do a bunch of tedious nonsense in between. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the leopards in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Okay, halfway there. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more efficient than sitting here brooding. Attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible? There's simply too many variables. Feels like my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. I guess I should check the center here. That seems to be where a lot of them are. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense playing it as a piano. Feet and knees is drums and cymbals too. Just needs a break. Someone anxious, thank God. One less person I have to talk to. What am I thinking about? Medical facilities on this ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. But you imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. Say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? See, even the game is addressing like flaws in the plan that I've thought about since the beginning. As soon as they told me this plan, it's not just like a, well, I know that's not going to happen because this is a video game and MMO and they're not going to give up years and years of working on this world to send us somewhere else. Beyond that, I'm like, there is no way they could ever hope to survive on some other world out there with this haphazard thrown together fucking, we need to make a ship and go to the moon and fly away, and it's like, there's no way you've got all the species, all the specimens, all the reports, all the research you need. There's no way you could prepare for that. The logistics of it are just fucking insane. You. Yes, you idiot. You seen an envelope lying about? Imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope. Doubt there'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. Alright, fine. Deal with it yourself then, idiot. No one cares. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. I love that. This one is beyond your help. This is another one of those, like, just tedious quests. It's like, you do these 8 things, and they're all, like, 5 feet apart, which means you keep having to, like, hop on your mount, hop off your mount. Sprint keeps running out. And so, like, you can't move through this boring side quest fast, either. Because stuff keeps running out, and you have to keep getting on and off your mount. 6 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out onto the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the... This one's gone. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. And then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Wasn't conversation partners and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Ah, shit. I'm down to the last one, too. Oh, hyperventilating. Yeah, that sounds about right. The guts. The chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Do pardon me. I didn't see you there. No cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment. If the whole light design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives, dooming all mankind. It's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Well, that'd be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Oh, thank God that's done. Yeah, I'm serious. The one thing you did not need at the very end of the story, with everything ramping up story-wise and drama-wise, is quick. Hit the brakes as hard as possible and play with Urianger and the bunnies for 5 hours. It's like, no, that wasn't necessary, game. Thanks. Behold, Ash. Through thine efforts, word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. You need that break. I didn't. Everything in the story was, like, amping up, right? I felt like it was going right into the end. I definitely did not need the break. You will see why. Oh, I'm sure it's going to get very dramatic and very emotional and all that, but... Early to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more lockbrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, prithee. Stand here and just watch the bunnies playing with the people.
So much in, well, in forever.
Yep.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Sleeping Way is the pilot? Oh, great. That's not a problem at all. I mean, I guess I know why he's sleeping, because he hasn't had to pilot the damn thing ever.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
That's about right for Urianger.
Look, every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Her parents.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic.
Yeah.
And Moonbreeder's parents.
Figured it was going to happen eventually.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Well, I mean, for multiple expansions, he was basically just sitting in the Waking Sands. So there was that.
Sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
And creating tiny little dolls of her, too. Let's not forget. Never forget, Urianger created tiny little dolls of Moonbreeda. Although I think they've changed some of the flavor text for that item recently to make it a little less creepy sounding.
Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
Always gotta love a scholar who feels more at home with an act than a book.
Why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Vingwei still just sitting back there with mouth wide open, like.
Moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
Yeah.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
It almost feels to me like there's something busted with my background music. Is this actually the right music for this place in the middle of the night? Because it just feels like wrong for this area. Plus it was the same song that was playing when in the morning in this area too, and they usually change. Guess we'll see when I change zones or whatever. It should that I am fine. I am. I'm glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Enemies 539, 545. Oh, those do look pretty good. I mean, they should. They're part of the same set, so... Big surprise. Hither and Yarns. It's my gratitude for lending courage to the Lockerates. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. Could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I think of several other things I ought to be doing. Till later. Where is... Oh, yes, new areas. Good. How the hell do I get out there? Oh, here it is. It's just further in. Good. Hopefully over time I'll be circling all the way around. And hopefully Alize doesn't have like 5 quests for me, and then Alphino has like 5 quests for me, and then hopefully the break that they're giving us is not quite that long. Because the little one's fine, but if they're really going to take like 5 or 6 hours for this little break, then that's very unnecessary. There you are. Squeal? Ash, what are you doing out here? What's with the squealing? Oh, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Good. Then I can attune to the ether right there. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Oh, transporting. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Over the crate of samples, you have 3 minutes. Should you fail, return to the starting location, begin anew. Transporting? Yup. Which means no sprint, no mount, and avoid enemies. The best of your ability. Honestly, might have been interesting to just change over to a gatherer job with sneak and see if they'd let me run the crate that way. But this area seems very open with very few enemies in it, so it should be fine. What are these weird ether stacks? Like ether smokestack things. I want to come back and check those out later, off stream. There. Are my 3 minutes up yet, Alphino? Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. And my gratitude. How did you come to be involved in this? Uriange to Thancred to Alize. I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operations, of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. Okay, there's... Okay, I was gonna say, is there something in these crates that's like alive and moving around? That should be everything. Carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. The Apalden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Let's go. Alright, last aetherite in the area, I believe. Yes. And I've unlocked most of the zone, too. Like 1 or 2 more places. Yep. Let's move it down here. Oh, also there's a chocobo keep here. Again, I don't know why I bother to unlock them. Completionist sake, I guess. I never use them. Another lift operator. Oh, down to the center zone. Yeah, 2 areas at least, maybe 3. 1, maybe 2 here, and then 1 in the center. Alright. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlene Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortunal's children, are you not? Alfino and Alice, at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Why? I'm friends with your parents since our days at the studio. Remember when you were here high, waddling hither and thither? Really, it's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's newless, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. Just like nothing more than regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here. The reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Yes, hand out the important documents to these random people passing by. Surely there's nothing to worry about there. Wait right there. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I think it's a... Hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alfino and Alice. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. I wasn't here, but how was the last scene in Elpis? It was interesting. The whole last section at the end of the dungeon was very interesting. Watching, like, what all ultimately ended up happening, who remembers, who doesn't, you know? And then how that'll influence us going forward. You're one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. How was the walk? Pretty good. Pretty good. Paulman's paper. She began to worry I had misplaced this quill. Appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, keep this between us. Sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Form, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. What's up? Two sides of bread, meat in the center. Yeah, sure, why not? Close enough. Quick and efficient. Dare say you have a talent for this work. Twins papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Return. With not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You will note? You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd asked to hear, not to reiterate. Of course. Known your father for so long, I must have something. As you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Young Krep's Hope, a lineage few could claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. That's why young Krep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Till your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to young Krep's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will never be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed. He used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunal could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers. Philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunal agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. His father. Some may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's no Fortunal's a cranky old goat. So I'm sure you butt heads often enough. And even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day. It's not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was. Kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that given action is for the best, he'll stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Just a second, I think I hear. No, maybe not. I thought I was hearing people setting off fireworks again. I don't know why they'd be doing it tonight, but maybe they just had some left over. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. You have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places. The cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Ash? Can you spare the time? Sure, why not? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. I think that's... Is that the whole set? That's gloves. I still need the helm. And then maybe accessories? I have no clue if they're going to give me any accessories. They didn't for the last set, so probably not. We have tenacity, direct hit, skill speed. Meh, nothing all that impressive. Yeah, this outfit ain't too bad. Once forged. Yeah, these last few levels really are a lot of story. Oh well. Like I said, if there was any day for me to do a whole day long stream, what the hell, why not do it on the very first day of the year? I'm definitely going to be taking tomorrow off, though. I'm definitely not going to be having a stream tomorrow. The event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap. Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at the moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I borrowed the key, and that's what they are. They're elemental reactors, apparently. Just will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, but not before. This way, then. And boom, that's going to cover pretty much the rest of this, I think. And then at some point I get the feeling we're going to be sent down here for the MSQ. Okay, so there is a second area out here. Second or maybe a third? No, it's probably just one area. Doesn't matter. Hey, cool. You fight that thing. Keep it distracted so I go right past. Reactors housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside. Gonna have to go to sleep. Alright. Night, Etneric. And just the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals. Crap. Which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Guess you put down any that draw too near. They pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Yeah, sure they will. Wait here if you would. Oh, so this is why he was fighting. I thought I'd be able to avoid the enemies, but nope, they just didn't force you to fight. Any more? Nope, we're good. Everything goes smoothly out here. Thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. Expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. So we've established refined adamantite is a product of Alec. The Empire's twilight years, in fact. There's a material which saw much use as a part of Allegan's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Ammon. Ammon wanted to try. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. Not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor. It may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Emma provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Emma's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Emma was appalled by how those around him lived. He could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it's the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, travel to the ends of creation and beyond. Promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Can I just circle around this side and catch this last bit of unexplored area that I still needed? Like, is this a full loop? Or they're not just gonna bar my passage at some point? Because that'll be great. Looks like it. Nice. Is that ice ether? Oh, ether current. Nice. Let's grab this while we're here. I'm gonna have to come back down here at some point and grab a bunch more of them, I'm sure. Yeah. At least 5 more of them around here somewhere. That I probably missed since I've explored so much of this area. Although one of them might be down in the center. That might be the case. Or maybe multiple of them are down there for all I know. Who knows? Ugh. I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Bonds of adamantite. There's the helm and the ether current, which I guess is the end of this zone then. And probably the end of the 88. My guess is after this we'll be moving up to level 89 in the quests. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now! Share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? Wish. The sitting about's unbearable. Pity the form frowns on recreational explosions. As long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. Certainly there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in the Charlian Hamlet and on. Bye, Julie. Thank you, Julie. I'm getting there. One more level up, which means I'll be done at about 12 or 13 hours, maybe. I'm gonna turn up sooner or later. I'll be finishing around midnight, 1, 2 in the morning, my time, maybe. Guess we'll see. That's alright. I'm just gonna sleep tomorrow. Like, there's definitely no stream tomorrow. None whatsoever. I don't have one currently planned, but I'm also not going to plan one. I'm probably just gonna pass out and go to sleep and rest like all day tomorrow. But that's okay. That's okay. Like I said, it's the first of the year. It's New Year's. I'm finishing Endwalker. It's time to celebrate.
We finished what we could, delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Yep.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Yep.
Alphino, are you
And
there? It's me, Cryo.
Whatever is going to happen that'll cause the next, like, dungeon or trial to occur. Because I think I still have a couple of dungeons and a couple of trials left,
Special
if
delivery
that's to
has
be
arrived.
believed.
Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
What kind of commotion? Oh, that would be us. Scholar's Harbor. That's probably all of our deliveries.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh. Holy shit, guys. Like, we got some adamantite and some relics, and they came with all the adamantite and all the relics in the universe.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
It's like, try and stop us.
Surely, these can't all be.
Even the Kojin sent a couple of crates. Oh, Sky Pirates are here! Great!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Oh god, I love this. Look at, like, everybody showed up to help deliver stuff.
Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Oh god. They started competing with each other to see who could bring the most.
Yeah,
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
I went all the way to the entrance. Great, thanks.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We
Wasn't
come
that
bearing
snake you
relics
showed up
both
with
sacred
earlier?
and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help.
Oh,
to
yeah,
be
they
presented
do.
with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Senri's
Upon
dango
learning of
craving,
your need,
great.
we made haste back to Hell's Lid. With our dango, never fear. We consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this
Seriously?
noble cause.
They let you take his Phoenix Blade to be used as fuel?
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
Uh-huh.
I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
That sounds about right.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Uh-huh. I like that, like, all the raids and stuff are coming back into play, too.
'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Like, this one scene must have more flavor text based on what you've done and what you haven't done than, like, all the other scenes in this expansion put together. Because I imagine some of these people may not have showed up at all if you didn't do their stuff, and a lot of them would not acknowledge, like, let's do it again, Warrior of Light, if you hadn't done their stuff, right?
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino.
Nice detail. Yeah.
Lord
Like the
Lolorito
pirates
looks
and
ever
the
towards profits of the future, and thus the East Aldermar
and the
Trading
freaking
Company
theater
went to some
company and
lengths
all
to
that
reduce
showing
the
up.
financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gil need be rendered up in compensation.
Aha.
Everything is already yours.
We funded the entire venture? Wow, Tataru must have been busy while I was down there dicking around in Labyrinthos for hours, huh?
We funded the venture? When?
So this is why Tataru has to go on some new venture. New gill-making venture as soon as 6.0's over, huh? Because we basically funded this gigantic operation.
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts. which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
Huh?
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh, of course. Like, without their father even understanding or knowing anything about it, Ameliance has basically been funding the Scions since the very beginning.
Neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
She's just been sending money to the Scions the whole time.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Uh-huh. Teeny tiny toy boat.
Waste not.
Those two. Jesus. Everything about this scene is the best.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Mm-hmm.
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are.
Yep.
I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
Also, my guess is there's a number of trials I've still got to do tonight, so if anyone wants to hop in on those, I'll probably be announcing them when I run into them.
That is why I chose to help the
And then bumbling my way through them with you guys.
The obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey guys. Oh look, it's Alpha and tiny little Omega Bot.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Even fucking Nero showed up.
And why didn't you mention it sooner?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. As soon as we found out we were supposed to be working on the frickin' ether, ether burner, I immediately was like, let's just call Sid.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
He's like, spaceship, huh? Yeah, let's do that.
We've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Cool.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kral's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition.
Well, yeah, but we got tons of friends in Revenant's Toll, man. A bunch of adventurers probably joined you, right?
The Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them.
I mean, that somewhat makes sense, but I think a bunch of people from just Revenant's Toll that are just adventurers should have joined them, too.
I know. How the gobbyflop thought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned.
Yeah.
He gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold.
Oh my god.
I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude
I didn't
of the
even think about that fact that all the goblins from Idleshire basically came in Machina and were just beating the crap out of everything with their war Machina.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
This right here.
Though they
This
chose
cutscene
to
right
take
here
their
is the
leave
exact
of
kind of
that
thing
man,
I was waiting
those
for
who
in
saved
Endwalker.
Galimond remain
Like,
my
here's
people.
all of the stuff you've been doing over the last
gratitude is
decade all
beyond
come back to you kind of stuff.
'Tis
Or in my
appropriate
case, all
that
the
I
stuff you've
aid
been
you in
doing over the
kind.
last year all come back to
If
help
in the
you.
doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Dragon scales?
Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
Ajdaya.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
Picard Sorber woke up and went, "Yeah, sure."
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Okay then.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Thanks, Coco.
Get a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
Oh, imagine how fortuitous it is that we get exactly 14%.
Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
I kind of love that it's like, we need rocket engines. Well, let's get someone who's a complete psychopath and likes to blow things up. It's basically just infinite explosions. You've got nothing to stand on here, dude. Like, just say, yeah, they have.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility.
Yeah. We get that. Get on with it.
Do you understand? And are you prepared?
Like, we already understood all
We
of
have
this.
seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, Share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children.
Like they're having this very dramatic, this very heartfelt moment here. And it's great. It's really well written. And it really is hitting the right notes. I think this is really well done. But my idiot brain decided instead to look at all of the people in the background and how they're all perfectly static. Like, no one's moving at all. They didn't bother to, like, animate anyone. Like, oh, look at the secondary characters. Not these people here. Or even really these guys. They're a little animated. But all of these schlubs back here that are standing perfectly still, like just in a single pose and not moving at all. Like, big dramatic moment going on. My dumbass brain is like, hey, look at those non-animated idiots in the background. I noticed it at first when we looked over him from the front. When we looked over Fortunate from the front, and I saw the people over by the crates, and they were just standing there. Like, they're people who are supposed to be unloading the crates from the ships, but they're all just, like, standing there in a single pose, not moving.
No, that was his doing. When he perished,
they've attained perfect balance. Yeah.
As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians.
Though I have wronged my children,
Like, especially these people that are in poses that you know as an actual person would just be annoying after a while. Like, standing like this. Or there was one guy who was standing with a single hand on his hip, standing like that for like 20 minutes while this dramatic stuff is going on in front of you and not shifting your weight even once. Or like moving your hands even once. I love how everything about this scene is like, look at the drama, look at the beauty, think of your own relationship with your father, cry, 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 and my brain just can't stop going, wow, look at this weird game design shit going on in the background. Like, there's something seriously wrong with me, I think. See those idiots out by the crates. Look at them all just standing there. Like, in the middle of trying to move crates, and none of them are moving even a single millimeter.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today.
Let me go ahead and shift a little bit. Get rid of that. There we go. Much better. Time has stopped for his speech, yes. It's like, only the stuff that needs to be animated, only the important characters, only like the Ethernet, which is probably just on a looping animation, right? Only the stuff that needs to be animated, like, that is animated. But like, all the nobodies, all the nobodies, are just statues.
In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
I just always find it funny, like, whenever the games try to hit me with, like, big sad, big drama, big happy, something like that, and I'm thinking of some dumb shit every time. Like, yeah, sure. But look at this weird shit.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
No, they're beginning to look like statues. Especially with the Ethernet. Especially with the Ethernet running its looping animation, and then look at like the 3 or 4 people right in front of it, perfectly still, not moving a muscle. It stands out because of the motion of this, and then the lack of motion of any of them. Yeah. Like, every time the game tries to draw out big emotions in me, I just get fucking distracted by something stupid.
Of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
ADHD. My butterfly moments, Julie, is that what you're saying? I have too many butterfly moments. Whenever the game tries to go for deep emotion, I just go, ooh, look at that, a butterfly. Alright, squad... Oh god, what was it? Squad 8? I don't remember exactly what the squad number was in Final Fantasy VIII. It's like, secure the cafeteria and protect the hot dogs. Right? Before the big battle of Final Fantasy VIII, you say dumb shit like that. Like, protect the hot dogs. That'll work. I see you deeply analyze every random-ass detail I read to.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Orderly? Bro, you really don't know anything about the Alliance, do you? We don't do orderly. It's gonna be utter chaos on your docks. Just accept it and embrace it. What the? Oh look, the Gabi showed up. It's too bad they didn't bring their War Machina. That would have been fun to look at. Sarcastic card, you want them to be orderly? There's such thing as orderly with us. I managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. Wait. Wait, do I seriously have to go home and meet the parents? That's a quest in this game? Oh, shit. That's not good. Like, seriously, give me a primal to kill or something. I'll take on a god, but don't make me go home and make a good impression on your family. Just smile, oh god. I agree to reveal the means by which Adeline may be contacted. We meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. Transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. Curious to hear what those might entail. Regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing. Oh, the Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Anything, I love their mom. I want their mom. I'm taking her. I'm taking her. I'm taking her. She's your mom now. That's okay. After all, you're head over heels in love with Alphino. She basically is your mom, right, Julie? We're off to Aporia then. Interested in seeing something. Let's just go all the way to 90 and see what we got coming up. Renacita. Classical, I think that's the Aglaya stuff. It's not bad. Sort of, fluffy, colder weather, Roman soldier kind of thing. Or maybe just more fancy, kind of like ceremonial Roman soldier type garb. What's the Renacita? What's that from? I think the classical's from Aglaya, but what's Renacita from? Or maybe not. I'm supposed to have another dungeon, I think, coming up before the end here, so maybe one of these is a dungeon set. So pick you a glams right now. I'm reverting to using random low-level ARR gear. Well, if it fits it, then it fits it. I just wasn't finding anything I really loved at this level. Like, this isn't bad. This is pretty good. Like I was saying earlier, I think this fits what I... this fits well enough what I wanted, which is after I came back from the past. Like, I didn't want to go all the way back to my full artifact paladin bright white and blue set or anything like that, but I wasn't going to wear the Asian robes anymore. I just want sort of like a more kind of down-to-earth, just a simple warrior, lots of leather and a little bit of armor and stuff like that, and this works pretty well. You're a crafter, do you know what a raisin whatever is? Renacita. And I believe they were green. Although I'm not positive about that. I think it was green, so it might be a dungeon set. Yeah, actually the classical's green too. Though I think the classical is Aglaia. I'm guessing, because it's a very Roman-looking armor. I think that's Aglaia, but Neo-ish Guardian, can't stand the female version. Yeah, the Neo-ish Guardian's not too bad. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually, for my tank. But both classical and Renacita are crafted. Really? Surprising, because Vup was saying that there was, I think, 1 or maybe even 2 more dungeons I have before I'm done with the MSQ with 6.0, so I thought maybe one of them would be a dungeon set. Anyway, back to Aporia. Yeah, it keeps going to this song every time I'm down here. I guess this is the actual music for this area. It just sounds... This music just sounds too energetic for this, just hanging out here at night. The dungeon gear can't go on. I've already shown the others inside. Best it'll change. Not Mog, I meant Market. I thought you might have meant Market there. It isn't for the zone, but it's for this part of the MSQ. Okay. I was gonna say, because for the zone, I would have expected it to be the same music it's always been. This is a long chunk of the MSQ for this music to be playing, for, like, not a whole lot of really energetic, action-packed stuff to be happening. Also, Hydro. The last 2 dungeons only give accessories? So what's the Aglaia stuff called, then? I thought so, too, when I got to this part. Yeah, once I noticed this music was playing, I'm like, is something messed up in my settings? This sounds very weird for this section. Like, what are the sets from Aglaia and Pandemonium called, then? You want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Okay, so whatever they do to speak with Heidelin is what's down in the center in that giant, like, wind generator looking building. Also, as I've said, I apparently have some dungeons probably still left in the 6.0, which I'm probably going to do those with trusts. But I've heard I have a couple of trials coming up too, so there will be, like, open slots if people want to hop in later tonight for some of the trials and stuff. Aglaia is Pantheon. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense with what Aglaia is, that it's called, like, Pantheon or something like that. You're Master Fortunate, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Well then. You know, I'd be... like... part of me would be very interested in reproducing something like this, like in a Minecraft world, or something of that sort. But the other part of me is way too lazy to ever do this much in any of my Minecraft worlds. I'd never end up completing, like, mega builds. But I'd be very interested in seeing something like this recreated. How long will we be on? Let's see, we've been on for a while. I have been on for 9 hours, and I'm planning to go all the way to the end of 6.0, which at this rate, I'm suspecting will take me like over 12 hours, probably, total. So, I'm probably gonna be on for at least another like 4 or 5 hours, I suspect. I'm not even up to 89 in the MSQ yet. Though I think I'm close. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos. Its most closely guarded secret, Thomazane. Thomazane. Marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Also, I love that I still have my wind-up Tholis following me. Little mini Emmett has actually served me very well for a very long time in this MSQ. Like, I do feel like it may be time to switch out to something else, but I didn't have anything else in my list that really felt like it fit this part of the story any better, so I just stuck with him. But yeah, Dro, I'm finishing 6.0 tonight. Like, either I'm finishing 6.0 tonight, or I'm straight up resident sleepering it tonight. One of those two things is gonna happen first. Holy shit. I mean, I expected like a rocket or a ship design, but this looks like something straight out of like Star Wars. Or actually, I guess this looks a little more like something straight out of almost Xenoblade-esque kind of stuff. Need help, I'll be home in 2 hours. I don't know when the trials are coming up. Like I said, I'll probably trust the dungeons, but whenever the trials come up, I'll definitely be taking like whoever wants to. Bid you welcome to Thomazine. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The inclusion of straight-up magic into a world in which they're doing things like space travel and spaceships and things like that, like, holy shit. Like, seriously, holy shit. Right? You don't... It was very similar to Normandy. Yeah, I can see that. I can very much see that. Like, the fact that you don't need to worry about, oh, how do we do the power or the build or the design to generate gravity? Fuck that, we'll use gravity magics, right? Oh no, how do we get so much into space with a single trip with a limited amount of, like, thrust capacity? Fuck it, we'll use miniaturizing magics on the inside to reduce the mass of objects. Like, space travel seems like it would be so much easier if you actually could use magic to just make things simpler. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. Received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. I'm sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh, wait a second. 2 more trials. Holy shit, is Heidelin a trial? What the fuck? Done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yup. Time to finish this set. Although I'm probably not going to wear this, because I almost never put helmets on, but let's see what it looks like. Oh, not bad. That's actually not terrible, but I'm not wearing it for the MSQ. I might wear that, like, later for glamour stuff, but I'm not wearing that for the MSQ. Let me put my weapons back on, though. Her children, one and all. Oh, and we're up to 89. I've only got one more level to go for the MSQ, so maybe another 4-ish hours? No, probably 5. My guess is 89 will probably have more story than any of the other individual levels before it. Because it's going to have a lot of, like, end of the expansion story stuff to deal with. So yeah, probably another 5. Or maybe 6. I don't know, hours. So yeah, I'm probably going to be up till about midnight or 1 a.m. my time. And then if I also want to do, like, going back through my stream markers and clipping stuff and tweeting and all that, I'll be up till like 2 or 3 in the morning probably. Oh well. So be it. I'll just sleep in tomorrow and not have a stream. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. It's like straight up thruster engines and stuff is so weird. Like, I know we've dealt with some of this stuff before with, like, Allegan tech and that sort of stuff, but whenever we stumble into it, like, we stumble out of our, like, medieval fantasy swords and sorcery gameplay and into this fucking future tech space, you know, exploration nonsense, it's always like, Jesus Christ, this is so weird in Final Fantasy XIV. I definitely should have kept my stream yesterday. I thought, a couple more chapters? I could do that, right? It'll be like a 5, 6, 7 hour stream-ish, maybe 8, right? I didn't realize they were gonna hit a brick wall and come to like a dead stop for like 5 hours here in Labyrinthos, running around with Lupritz and Urion Jade shit. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane. What we refer to as the ethereal sea. We know. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. Oh. So now we're just watching the movie The Core, right? You gotta dig to the center of the world. Utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower. Yup. And once more here in Thomazin. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. So we just like dip straight down into the earth. Into the heart of the world. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Itioscope. Itioscope. Itioscope? Let's go with Itioscope. Right up until someone says it in dialogue. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes. But since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we ever dared, beyond the Itioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. You understand. But if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. Like, I can legit accept how tough it must be for a father to basically let his kids use this crazy tech that no one's ever gone this far with and could straight up kill them. And just be like, I know you have to, Doesn't mean I have to like it. Astroscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you're at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we'll recall you with teleportation magics. I wonder if that's what happens to your friends. Like, one by one, they get teleported out and you have to sort of go deeper and deeper yourself. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I've thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. There's no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunault has laid out, however, I may still be of use. You trust me in me to do so? Sure, why not? You have no one I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me. Rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, his memory washed away. No, that would be the Leth. Thank you. As someone who uses that as my name, I better damn well know what the mythology surrounding the Leth River is, you idiot. There's a lot of references. I'm sure chat will point them out, but I gotta head back to work. Alright, see you later, Drill. It's not just the underworld, it's specifically the River Leth that washes away your memories. The memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. But what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, is associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. I'll be interested to see which of my friends and allies reaches out to me from the memories now that they've passed. I'll undoubtedly find a few enemies in there. I may find a few Asians in there, both ones that hate me and ones that are willing to help me. Maybe some more Horshaphant. Okay, so this is a dungeon. Like, undoubtedly, if there's anything left of Horshaphant, he's gonna reach out to try and help me in here. Okay, do you guys have any recommendations for which NPCs to take? Like, which ones have the coolest little story beats or anything like that? Otherwise, I'll just take whoever. Like, actually, this composition might be what I take in. Unless there's, like, particular ones that you guys think are really good in this dungeon. Oh. Average item level 520, eye level sync. What is my eye level? 540. Okay. Like, she's very ether focused, so maybe that's a good idea to take her. Maybe Raha, actually. No, I'll probably just go with these ones. Wouldn't know. I can worry about what all little bits and pieces they have when I do trust stuff later on. This is going to be a while before I reach this point in trust, though. So I'll just take this crew for now. Can't believe it's been a year. My cool girls and my bro. I'll just take them with me. Can't believe it's been a year. Have you not done this with trusts at all, like, since then, Julie? Or did you guys get your trusts done on this dungeon, like, at the same time over a year ago and, like, haven't touched it since then? The Ice-Scope. The Northern Empty. That's very... very reminiscent of the Anti-Tower for very obvious reasons.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Yes, I actually can. Oh, would you look at that? One or more of our party members are new to this duty. I wonder who it could be. Could be literally all of us.
Pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Huh. My trusts aren't high enough level to run it? Oh. Yeah, I don't really focus my trusts often enough to get them up in level. I should do them more often than I do, but I just don't. Your trust done with Shadowbringers and then got burned out. Haven't touched it since. Yeah. Please. Honestly, like I said, I think most of my trusts are like level 72 or 73, so I've barely like gotten them started. I just like can't be bothered to run the same dungeons with AI companions over and over and over again. It's just tedious. Any little bits and bobs around here to look at? Any documentation I need to check out every time this new zone. Okay, can't go through there. I want to see all the lore that it has to offer. Just because I'm doing a super long stream today does not mean I'm going back to the way I was handling it in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, where I'm like racing through things. No. Focus things down. Take your time. Explore. See what all it has to offer. Guys? Jesus. Take your time. Jumping on the enemies and then seeing a whole group of them that's just completely ignoring you. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. Boom. I should be getting pretty... Oh shit, yeah, I'm almost 90 now. I'm gonna unlock the whole extra bit of the Paladin's last bit of his kit with the multi-sword fucking nonsense. I think. Yeah, none of your post, like, Stormblood skills are actually locked behind doing quests. At least I don't think. I don't know anymore. I think I'm about to unlock the Paladin's multi-sword BS. Of course, that being said, Paladin is going to completely change in like a week, so better have fun with it while I can. I actually don't know what they're planning to do with Paladin on the 10th. No idea what the rework is going to look like. But I hope I can still summon gigantic blades to just spear the crap out of everybody. Sinking rivalry. Sinking cynicism. Yeah, every time those messages come up and the emotes aren't there, it reminds me I also need to work more on like the gacha life for more emotes. So anytime I think of ones, of course some of them are going to take a little extra time. Like that heart one, there's nothing in the actual game that your character can hold like that, so I'll have to like put my character in a pose and then add the heart on top of that or whatever. Same with the, and then I pulled out my gun emote. One of those. I'll have to add it. Go ahead and get my damage boost off of Boring Blade. Wait, that is damage up, right? No, that's dot. Okay. Keep forgetting that. Boring Blade is not a damage boost, it's a dot. So don't be using it on worthless enemies. Paladin's a pretty, like, plain class, so it gets damage boost in the most basic way. You have one damage boost. Use it. What's this fiery one? Ilberd! Very sloppy. What you doing dead in here, idiot? That was very sloppy of you. Trying to go up against the Warrior of Light. Sloppy. Oh, hello. Random friends of Ilberd. Ah, shit. Oh, no, no. I think we need to kill them. They're doing something. Shit, we're not even killing a single one of them, dude. Oh, Scion's memory. Who? Louis Swab? Was that Louis Swab that just helped us? For some reason, I thought it would be like Papa Limo that would help us there. But okay, whatever. Can't help it sometimes. Once Ilberd shows up, it's just like lodged in your brain forever. Livia? Seriously? Take this from me. Never will I surrender my devotion, my love, blah, blah, blah. Resentment's bigger than Sheila, blah, 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 blah. Huh. That's interesting that she showed up here. She's like so unimportant to the storyline. Like, she was somewhat important for ARR, and then she died, and Gaius pretended like it didn't matter to him at all, even though there was supposed to be something between them. Whether it was romantic or father-daughter-ish or whatever, I don't care. I don't care about that semantic shit. But there was supposed to be something, but they kept trying to, like, downplay that. So it's like she didn't matter to the story either. Whatever. Fine, I'll kill you again, then. Pretty sure she was just down bad. No, actually, if I remember correctly, I think a lot of what people interpreted as a romantic or a sexual thing between her and Gaius in ARR was actually due to, like, a bad translation error. And so, like, the writers, the developers tried to downplay that even more in further expansions to like make it clear that wasn't what it was, but then it came off as like bad because then Gaius like didn't even care about her and barely even mentions her or anything, and it's like, well, Jesus, dude. I think I've read about this like 1 or 2 times, so I may be getting some of the details wrong. But yeah, I think originally it was a translation error that led people to think that, but when they were trying to downplay it so hard, it came off like Gaius never cared about her, and what the hell, wasn't she like one of his adopted children or something? Or wasn't something going on there? What the hell? Like, he didn't care about her at all? Really? I don't believe that.
I have you now.
Orietamo. I don't remember. Oh yeah, this is the... Yeah. Steal that LB. Let's just stick with the party. Like, I can't tell what the like visual cue is for which side she's gonna hit when she does that, so just stick with the trust. They know what they're doing. Stick them with the pointy in 9, baby.
Follow the flow of ether.
Ah!
It will guide
What
you.
Okay, just a sec. Give me a second. Just got an achievement. I'll get to the ether in a minute. Gladiator level 90. Well, Paladin level 90, but still. Okay, I think all of the 90 stuff isn't added to the bar. I think it all just sort of spawns. Yeah, none of the 90 stuff gets added to the bar. All the 90 stuff just happens. Under Blade of Faith ready, granted when the effect of Requiescat ends. Right. Right. So the combo, if I remember correctly, is Requiescat, and then 4 of either Holy Circle or Holy Spirit for single target or AoE, and then a Confiteor to finish Requiescat on the 5th one, which should activate Blade of Faith, Truth, and Valor. And so I think this just turns into Blades of Faith, Truth, and Valor. Yeah. So I think it's Requiescat, 4 Holy Spirit, Holy Circle, 1 Confiteor, and then the Blade combo. Also, thank you for the confetti. Aetheris items. But maybe only accessories. That's a level 90. Yep. That's my second... No, third 90. Yeah, third 90. I need to work on Bard a bit, because I need to get that up 10 more levels so I can run the role quest on it. Since it turned out... I couldn't figure out what exactly I wanted to do physical range-wise for the role quest, but since it turned out that Hythlodaeus was a Bard, I figured, fuck it, that's good enough reason for me to do Bard. Dragoon needs like 18 levels, because Estinian's in Walker, and he's a big deal, so I'm going to do it on Dragoon. And then Summoner needs 7. Jesus. It's gonna be a while till I get to some of these role quests. But we'll get there eventually. Oh! Ad just started. Let's just wander around a little bit. Yeah, everything about this is very much like the Anti-Tower. Which makes sense. They're both like dipping into the ethereal sea to try and speak with Hydaelyn. What the hell? What is that? Like, I'm guessing there's the center that we're heading for, because it's all bright and glowy, and everything seems to be converging on it. But what is these weird, like, vines of crystals? I don't think I've ever seen these before when we've been in the ethereal sea up to this point. And those shards that are all, like, paths. There's a lot of new stuff here that I don't remember seeing on any of our previous visits.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
Okay. Okay, so they're paths. Yeah. They're all paths with a bunch of crystal shards and stuff built off of them. Interesting. I'm guessing we're just, like, deeper than we've ever been before, and that's why we're seeing stuff we've never seen before. But, I mean, in my dreams and things like that, at least, I've been all the way up to Hydaelyn's crystal and never seen anything like this before. Alright, let's try this combo now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Confiteor. Blade of Faith. Blade of Truth. Blade of Valor. Oh, that feels so good to just blast the crap out of them with the swords. That is a very cool combo you get as Paladin at 90. I do like it. Just summon all the blades to slaughter your enemies. It's my favorite shit ever, yeah. It feels so good. I will say that. I wasn't really looking to have Paladin be my main, but I have noticed it seems like some of the 90 things that other tanks get just aren't as flashy. Like, I think, doesn't the Dark Knight basically just get, like, another dive? Or no, Shadowbringer is like a wedge or a line AoE or something like that, isn't it? Familiar affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Hey, Moon! Nice! Good to see you, Moon. I mean, somewhat. See you, quote unquote.
Gloves are off.
Plus, you can do it so often, man. That's on a 60-second cooldown, right? Yeah, 60-second cooldown. You can do it so often. Like, you could probably do that every pull or every 2 pulls, probably. Knight's Memory. There's Orshafant. Lord Orshafant! He actually does recognize it. Damage up, Vuln down. Nice. Thank you, Orshafant. Yeah. Like now, it's already off cooldown. Path of Avarice. Boom!
Stop us.
Just take the giant sword to the face. I do love that, like, every section of the Paladin's blade combo just gets more swords and bigger swords. Destroy everything. your buff. I've only got the one damn damage buff to think about. Remember it. And then all the blades! Let's go ahead and switch to him since it seems like they're focusing him. Oh. There we go. Yeah, it mostly seems like accessories up to this point, and materia, for some reason. Whatever. Oh, I'm actually getting pretty close to 50 again. I'll probably be able to get the, albino caracal, so I don't have to get thousands and thousands of frickin' sky scripts, or whatever the fuck they're called. Because I really don't want to do that. Hi, Ratatan. Another person that was just, like, ignored by the story. Wonder wishes this of you, Prefectus. Yeah, I like that. Alphados is like, guys, doesn't want this anymore, Ratatan. Let's put a dot up on him, and then I should be able to start with this. Just make sure my dots and my buff are up first. Although, actually, this buff may not... Physical damage dealt. Yeah, so that buff may not do anything for Holy Circle and Holy Spirit. Although, possibly the blade ones will count as physical damage, but I'm not sure. Huh? What are we supposed to do here? Oh, okay. That disappears at the last second. Huh. Oh, is he, like, absorbing ether from them, so one of them will vanish? So, Julie, is this bringing back PTSD at all? Let's give it to Gangely. I'll die with just... Alright, which one of them is he absorbing? Oh, he's damaging them, I think? Or is that not it? No, yeah. Okay. Okay. So he does destroy them just by, like, absorbing them, but he also sends out some damaging zones that you need to, like, not stand in those ones.
I will not hold back.
Go for it, Alize.
I have you. You cannot stop us.
Good. Bye again, Ratatan. Oh, fail Sarkin. I fail you. You didn't fail him, Alphino. My duty ere I rest, I must. I still have his card. Like, I really have ended up keeping his card ever since we bought him naked. Just for the hell of it. I had the room on my retainer, so I figured why not. What the hell? What is that? It looked like some kind of darkness is destroying the crystals. Yeah, like this stuff. There's still a few of them left. I'll take care of that. Not sure what's causing all this. Quick tongue materia. Just random materias. It's accessories and materias. Let's go ahead and just get a shield up. Swords down.
There.
Oh, does that gore the enemies?
You underestimate me.
Oh yeah, it's a dot. First enemy 50% less for all remaining enemies.
You cannot
HP,
stop us.
MP, HP, MP, HP. But Blade of Valor dropped the dot. It basically does Goring Blade on all of the enemies around you. Huh. Damage over time effect cannot be stacked with Blade of Valor. So like technically they're pretending like it's two different dots. Like, it's not it just does Goring Blade, it does its own dot, but you can't stack them anyway. So basically it just does Goring Blade to the enemies. Hello, Minfilia. Thanks, Minfilia, for being our guide. Hi. Summonotic Barrier. Oh, is that Alphino doing that? And then we pop the physical damage buff. Boom. down to 2 enemies now. May as well focus them down. Hi. Sinking regret. I don't think that's supposed to be anyone in particular. Okay, so the blade combo doesn't actually take any MP either. I was a little worried about that. Whether or not the blade combo required more MP as well on top of all the stuff you'd spend MP on when you're in Requiescat state, since there's so many things to spend it on. All these instant casts. Although with Requiescat, aren't they free? Or is it just instant cast? Stacks Requiescat increase the potency of all experience spells require no cast time. Yes, but they're not free. They're just instant cast. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Who's the biggest threat? Who's our greatest threat? Hermes? Yep, Hermes. Ammon, Fandaniel, whatever the hell you want to call him. Also, I love that he's gone back to his, like, Ammon's form now with the stupid hat and everything. But why is he a giant stingray? Like, why are you a stingray? Whatever. Daniel's soul? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, here we go, guys.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Ammon? Yeah, that makes sense.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
Oh, that's timing, isn't it? Yup, timing. Glad I was able to call that one on the first view of it. It's like, that's how fast they're moving, isn't it? Why are they going out? Mantis throw. Okay, because that's left Ferrago Forte, so that's left. I love that they're not bothering to use larboard and starboard anymore. Entracte is arena wide.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Curtain call. We had to get behind something at the last curtain call. What do we do now? Is he summoning something to fall down that we have to get behind, or no? Oh! Shiva! Hi! Look who came to help us! Hey, Sal! I didn't expect to see her there. Like, against Ammon. She doesn't even know if she's never fought him before, but I guess she just came to give us a hand. Nope, I'm in the fast lane. Right, Draga?
You
Okay, is center, right? That's the line AoE. No, that's the arena wide. Just throw. That is the line AoE. Oh, is it going that direction? Okay. Left Raga. There we go. Shields up. Eruption Forte. That I don't know. Okay, that's just the random AoEs on the ground you have to avoid. Right, Fraga. It's pretty easy since a lot of his stuff is like very directional. So you just stay the hell out of the way mostly. Having to be all that safe about how many mitigations I'm using. Like whenever he does a tank buster, I'll use 2 mitigations because why not? They're on cooldown. They're off cooldown often enough. Die again.
Lies. All lies.
Blah blah blah.
Your dreams. Your hopes, your futures.
I mean, obviously not. We were willing to push ourselves so far that we were able to kill you twice to achieve them, so they're not lies, that's for damn sure. Hi, guys. Oh, and we were here too. Sure you were. Alright, I don't know if that's the last dungeon or there's one more left. Oh, that's a pretty good one to end on. That's not too bad, actually. Because I think earlier on, Vup was saying I had 2 dungeons and 2 trials left in the MSQ. But I mean, I'm at 89 now. That feels like it's got to be the last dungeon. Maybe there's 2 trials left, but maybe there is another dungeon left. Who knows? Although he may have been talking about the one I did earlier today as one of the 2 dungeons. The Elpis one. Who knows? Really? Still? Can't you just actually die already? Oh, hey.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Also, I love that earlier they're like, if you're in too much danger, we'll have
Leave
to
this
pull
to
your
him.
spirits out of there. Or whatever. But, like, we went through the whole dungeon, no one ever had to get pulled out. That's probably going to come now. Big drama, big feels, stuff like that. My party members are going to be in too much danger and need to get pulled out or something like that.
Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
No thanks. Like, that's gonna happen on its own. I don't need to do that here. Yeah, do you remember her?
How would you know that name?
He really doesn't know? Hith was saying earlier today that there were theories that, like, memories, all the memories of your life, all your lives, blah, 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 all that come back to you in the underworld, and this is about as close to the underworld as they can get, so I guess that's maybe wrong. If he still doesn't know how I would know Medion, because he should remember me once he gets down here. I guess not.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true.
But still didn't remember the truth. Remembered the version that the original Hermes had after Kairos, I believe.
They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
Oh, so he did get those?
In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
That'd be interesting.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
No, your life as Ammon probably is.
Lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
Maybe. What does that matter?
So I ask you, why live at all?
Like, why does that always matter so much to so many crappy villains? end of life's journey lies only death. It's like, yeah, I know. Every child is like born with that knowledge or learns it throughout their life. They don't all go psychotic. You just don't think about it too much.
We torment.
Besides, you assholes lived for thousands of years and only died when you chose to die. Don't give me that shit about limited lifespans.
If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
Just be like me. Choose to never think about the inevitable heat death of the universe as much as you possibly can, and you'll be a perfectly well-rounded, healthy individual with no horrible, horrible traumas inside of you forever and ever. Just itching to break out.
To live
yeah,
is
perfectly
to
normal.
suffer.
Perfectly
And
normal.
I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way?
Not even remotely. Well, it's too late for that now.
All these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentation.
Oh no, this part. Hey, Karu.
How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Daniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You.
Finally, we're at a time where we can actually catch each other's streams. All it needs is, like, you to stream way too early, or me to stream way too late, or something. Wait, why do I have a sword here? Oh, I guess I may do a moderator at some point.
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
Can't believe this idiot is back here. Like, if there's one person I did not need to see here, it was him.
Clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
He's just pissed at Van Daniel.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Xenos is doing okay, actually.
Now you are at my mercy.
Interesting.
I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Although, actually, if anyone was gonna be this deranged, like, screw it, I'm just gonna pull us both into oblivion. I think Asahi fits the bill. This is in character for him.
Your desperate search for answers must start
Baby girl, I mean, what? God damn it, guys. Next time, don't take the idiot's route.
Even here.
Let's try and look for a way forward together, instead of just snapping and going all depressed emo shit and destroying the world, why don't you?
You have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became.
So Jesus, Julie.
But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Bye-bye. You going too, Asahi?
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
I'm gonna love it. Asahi's like, I'm not interested. Leave me alone.
I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Jesus. Good God, man. We'll say some of our completely unrepentant villains are kind of interesting.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Sure. And I got a couple of trials left in this. I wonder if Mama Hydaelyn's one of them. Like, that'll be weird. But it'd be interesting. Hi. Right back where we started. All the way back at the beginning of ARR. Oh yeah. Yeah. I can take one look at her and say, yep, she's a trial. She's a trial. Like, you don't show up looking like that and not be a trial. Oh god, she's so hot. God, you guys. Step up. I mean, nice to see you. God damn it, girl.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis.
Uh-huh.
And now, the rivers of time converge.
Yep.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem.
Hmm.
Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
MacGuffin, rule-breaking Deus Ex Machina. I mean, wait, what? Is formed of the Force. I mean, Dynamis.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
Okay. How do we prepare then?
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it.
Ballsy. My question is, how do we prepare then?
Is what I might have said once.
Good to know that you've grown a little bit.
After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
No, she said there was another path. We just have to... whatever. We'll get there.
Far from it, my child.
Like, after 10 hours, I just don't have the energy to bicker with you right now. I would say... Story will get there in a second.
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before.
Pay no attention to that. It's my FC dealing with our submarines.
Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable, time
Drive you to greater heights.
Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on. heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Uh-huh.
Hark!
Oh, look, there's that blade again.
Nigh impossible is it to
I
send
wonder if we could
mortals to
get
the
that
edge of the
blade, or one that
universe.
looks like it.
Should you fail, there will be no second chance.
Great.
As the will of the star.
So who wants to
ask
fight
you
Mama
this.
Heidelin with me? Yes,
Do
on
you
extreme.
possess the
Okay.
fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble?
Fitting. It should be a paladin sword. I mean, that's what she used it for. I wonder if the dancer and white mage ones you get from her on EX are like the same as the ones she used during that duty on Elpis. Haven't subbed this month yet.
You must leave this star
Oh, work hard.
and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Ah.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh?
They're the very same. Cool.
Sounds straightforward enough.
I would have been able to tell because I couldn't remember what the dancer and white mage ones she was using earlier looked like. I didn't pay that close attention. I was just trying to stay alive. But I do like that they're the same ones she uses in her duty.
We've come too far to back down now.
Even after becoming a great goddess for thousands and thousands of years, she's still using like those same weapons.
Same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
It's not every day you battle a divine being of untold
Do try
power.
not to get underfoot.
Me, on the other hand.
There'll be no margin for error.
Pretty much every time I log in, I try to go through trial roulette, so yeah.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Cool, except I'm not really planning to take a trust into this, so there is that. Like, I'll plan to take my friends into this,
Alas,
so...
the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou
Trust is good on
emerge
this one.
victorious.
I know, but I like to go into the trials with my friends. Trust is so fun on this. And fitting. It'd be very fitting for this one, actually. Mother Crystal. First, when using duty support, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Oh. Oh. Oh, they've changed. Okay, maybe I will do this one as a trust the first time through then. Tank. He can only DPS or tank. He can't heal. Gunbreaker, All-Rounder, Sage, Astrologian. Wait, what is his... What is that?